KO, what's up? Heatseek VR, what's going on, man? Yeah, how you guys doing? We're gonna try to belt sharpen this thing right here before we go in on the live stream. KO, you done been had a wrench. Come on now. You done been had a wrench. Lucas's life, what's up? How you doing? Aiden, what's up? How you doing? What is going on, Aiden? Just talking to KO about the wife's car being messed up and trying to deal with that mess. But yeah, like I'm gonna have to give the wife a ride to work this afternoon. So we're doing a live stream kind of early because I also have to go to work tomorrow. And we don't know what's wrong with her car. Okay, guy, what's up? How you doing, man? We're sharpening a knife. Sorry, I lost my signal there for a second. The Aviation Fox, what's going on, man? The Aviation Fox, what's going on, man? We're sharpening a knife and then we're doing some edge retention testing on it. Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with the lag there, but YouTube may not be cooperating again like it does. Come on. Hey, you, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. God, I miss doing live streams, you guys. I guess until the wife's car is fixed, we're doing early mornings. Yeah, good on you, KO. You're not going to regret the emotion. You're not going to regret that emotion at all. Come on, KO. Go down to 0.1 like a real man. YouTube Music Portal, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. I wouldn't say this is knife heaven, but I think once you get down to 0.1 micron, it quits mattering. Owner in the sticks, what's up? How you doing, man? Well, it's a shame we can't do the bingo card no more. Zoract, I don't make knives. I tried to make knives, but I'm not very good at it, so I may try again later. I wish I could make something like this. That'd be cool as hell. Every time we do a bingo card, someone comes in and tries to ruin it pretty much immediately. Mr. 007, what's up? How you doing? No, what we're doing here is we're doing edge retention testing. It's just this one came out of the box really dull, so we're trying to sharpen it first to give it a fair chance. Just Blaze FX, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Loader in the sticks. We're fixing to. Don't worry about that, man. Just got to get it sharp first. That's all we're doing. Once it's sharp, do I own any pot knives? What the hell's a pot knife? Don't worry, we're about to spend a few hours cutting stuff up. Trust me, with ulcerative colitis, the last thing you need is a poop knife. All right, 0.1 micron, here we go. That's right. All right, that's as good as this edge is going to get. Knives are useful tools and they're fun to play with. All right. Let's put this up. Let's see whether or not I made it worse. Loader in the sticks, we don't do that around here. I was gonna say, if you're doing this on YouTube, you better like what you're doing, man. Let's light a scented candle up. Mad Yako, what's up? How you doing? Aiden, you have no idea how hard it is to look at a burr with a microscope. With that microscope, you have no idea how hard it is to make it cooperate. I'm gonna try. $284. I just made it worse. Literal Trash, what's up? How you doing? All right. I genuinely have one of the most polished edges I've ever seen, and there's no burr on it. All right, back to the Sharpall. I think it just doesn't like the convex that I put on it. I could be wrong. Like I thought. Mason Rogers, what's up? How you doing? YouTube Music Portal, I am right there with you, dude. Burrow, this is Tiny. Joseph, what's up? Me with Knives, what's going on? How you doing, man? Well, Joseph, I appreciate that. Yeah, I've got my emotional support caffeine right here, which I need to start in on. Killian, what's up? How you doing? All right, that breaks the burr off right there. Yeah, Joseph, I'm going to enjoy a week of cooler weather before it gets hotter than a bitch again. We're going to stop at 1 micron on this. Okay. Did we do better? We did better. Uh, Unfortunately, KO, I have to be full of medication and crashing by about 4 o'clock. So I can be out cold at 6 for work. I'll bet this blade is way too small for the precision adjust, but let's see. And again, yeah, Aiden, that Maximet's nice, man. That was real cool of you to do that for him. I'll tell you what, guys, if we can't get this thing to sharpen up, if we can't get this thing to sharpen up, I'm not going to try to do cardboard slayer with it. We will pick something else out. All right. Rondo, what's going on, man? How you doing? Rondo, I'm doing good, man. I'm finally doing a live stream after a couple of weeks of missing them. I'm hanging out with you guys. We're doing great. Gotcha, KO. Much appreciated. Yeah, I just had stock dividends pay out, so I actually had a few extra bucks to actually take care of that, finally. No, like, if we can't get this sharp, we're doing a random roll, is what's going to happen. Right, Aiden? I bet those vitrified stones are nice. Koyakai, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Silas is the best. If you're gonna come in here with the stupid fuckery, please come in with something we haven't heard. No, I got MC Benz plays on my live 2 swipes down. Oh, I forgot to check. No, I don't have any ballad songs. Those things don't interest me, and I'm not going to try to learn tricks with them, so there's no point in having them. Eclipse, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Mark G, what's up? Yeah, it's just if I spend money on something, I've got to carry it and daily use it. And I don't have a good reason to daily use a ballad song. Archie Edwards, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Galaxy VR 614, what's up? How you doing? The fact that we're not getting a burr for this yet is concerning. Champagne Construction, what's up? This is supposedly D2. And we're trying to get the knife sharp so we can do some edge retention testing. If you hang out for a while, you'll see what I mean. That's what we do on our live streams. HSO, if you're going to come in with the stupid fuckery, please come in with something that we haven't heard before. Love Faith, what's up? How you doing? We're going to strop this thing off of 220 and see if that's any better, because I am taking chunks out of my clamp right here. I was worried about that. We're just going to strop this thing and see if we can run it. Caleb Morris, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, it doesn't sound good. Given how much bad heat-treated D2 we've gotten over the last little while, Given how much bad D2 we've gotten over the last little while. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, I know tops can get some insane performance out of their D2. We're talking about Gerber Gier? Jarber? But, you know what? We got a clean enough edge. We're just going to start. We're going to start up in about 4 minutes here. You know, we got enough of an edge off of the work sharp. Give it about 4 minutes and we're going to rock and roll. I'm trying to get my time where I can start at 6:30 and then we can run for an hour and then check the edge. If it lasts an hour. Well, no, it's pronounced like the baby food. It is pronounced Gerber, which when I was a little kid, my uncle, when he started getting me into knives, he kept going on and on about how great Gerber was. And I'm like, why are we talking about baby food here? And then he started going on Benchmade. I'm like, why do we care about butterflies? Why? Now, if it was me, I would pronounce it Gerber just to bother people. KO, man, have a good night. I appreciate you. I'm looking forward to that Civivi Savant that I bought from you. But yeah, like I would pronounce it Gerber just to piss people off. You know how many people would get up in arms if you pronounced it Gerber? I've got this Gerber Parafarame. What the hell is this thing? Well, no, Benchmade has a pretty diehard cult following. Like, I like Benchmade well enough. That being said, I'm not spending Benchmade money. Benchmades get way too expensive, way too fast. And I can't do it. Y'all wait until next week's live stream when we got the Napslander 2, man. That's S35 VN. That came out of the box with a good edge. We're going to have fun with that one. Yeah, that's the thing, Champagne. Like, so many good knives cost so much less. So much less. Like, I like that I know Benchmade's build quality is going to be good. B Rabbit, what's up? Nah, man, it's a Geek Vape Aegis Legend, man, on a fucking TFV8. I'm rocking the old shit. This is so old now. But I'm running like 140 watts. right, let's get it. That's not good. All right, me with knives. We'll see you later, man. Jacob Humphreys, what's going on? How you doing, man? Yeah, no, this ain't cutting it. No pun intended. Mediocre, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, we're putting this one up. Time for a random roll. Okay, let's pick some stuff out. No, we've been getting a lot of bad D2 lately. All right, so we got a good selection here. Yeah, we're rolling a 20-sided die. Give me a second here. I'll have to watch that video later. Where is the D20 of fate? All right, anyone want to guess what we're going to roll? Well, I got a YouTube link. What the fuck? What the hell? 2D Minecraft, what's up? How you doing? We got a 1. We got a 1. We're doing the Guidesman fracture, which is more D2. I am doing good, 2D Minecraft. I am doing good. All right. Boy, too bad Brando ain't here. We got a 222. So, all right, KO, we'll see you later. We got a good enough edge to start with. All right, let's get this show on the road. That's better. What brand do I find up? I'm not sure, Caleb. Let me think about that for a while. It's like, in my experience, it's either good or like it's really bad. Like really, really bad. Yeah, this is doing a lot better. We got more D2 here, but it's doing better. No, there have been some great D2 blades. We have had some great D2. Yeah, the last knife, God. And we have had some D2 take some crazy sharp edges, which this might do. So I'm trying to think, what comes close to being good but just misses the mark? I know CJRB has been, so far, the build quality is good, the knife is good, but the AR RPM 9 has let me down. Well, here's the thing. We had a lot of really good D2, and then once we started getting D2 that performed like shit, it just kept coming in. Artur, what's going on? How you doing? Not that I have a free weekend. The wife's car is all fucked up, so it's been throwing me off of my live stream schedule. So we got to do this early in the morning, because I still have to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, like that was a good slice for having so little support on the cardboard. And boy, let me tell you, MagnaCut, the Duckening, what's up? How you doing? The last time we did MagnaCut, that was an absolute slog. That took forever to wear the edge out. Most of your super steels like Elmax, MagnaCut, a couple others we've done, have all crapped out at about 30 minutes to an hour, and then I had to sharpen them, and then they did great. Well, here's the thing. If you're buying heat-treated D2, everybody's buying it from the same couple of usual suspects with the same heat treatment. Somebody somewhere is fucking up D2 heat treatment really bad and selling a bunch of it. Especially the Chinese companies. Like, if I was placing an order for D2, I promise you I'd be very, very, very picky about the HRC on that before I paid for a load. Our Dirty Gamer, what's up? How you doing? I think I've seen Full Tank Clan pop up before. 154 CM is done pretty good. Our Dirty Gamer, I am doing good. 154 CM is done pretty good. Absolutely no complaints there. Last word, what's up? How you doing, man? We're doing edge retention testing. We are doing edge retention testing on the Guidesman Fracture today. But, Erickson Richard, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Y'all do me a solid, hit that like button if you'd be so kind. I'd greatly appreciate it. See if we can hit 100 likes. The worst 154 CM we got was on the Kaiser Bagai. And even then, it did okay. Not great, but okay. It performed like a much softer steel than the last time we did 154 CM. But yeah, the last time we did CJRB's AR RPM 9. We've done one knife with the AR RPM 9. And that AR RPM 9 did not do good. Neri, what's going on? How you doing? My favorite was D2, but now I'm starting to get so much D2 with shit heat treatment on it that I don't necessarily have a favorite, but I do like MagnaCut, just because MagnaCut will hold an edge for fucking ever. And I like LMAX. LMAX did better than D2, but easier to sharpen than MagnaCut. And my Nitro V Kaiser did really good. Like, the Nitro V hung in there with a good D2. This good D2 can do this for about 4 hours like clockwork with a good heat treatment, but you're looking at like 58, 59 HRC, somewhere in that window. But that was with some good D2. And Nitro V did right about exactly the same as D2 with a good heat treatment. You know, for a minute there, D2 was great for the first year or so of doing live streams like this. We're getting some bad cuts where the cardboard's got wrinkles in it. Yeah, if you've got a fixed angle sharpener, and some good stones on it, you can definitely get a crazy edge out of MagnaCut. And if you go shopping and you catch it on sale, you can get the Ontario Rat 1.5 in MagnaCut for a little bit of a... Last word, did I say hi to you? I don't think I did. But we're doing edge retention testing. Oh, Tommy K. Jesus Christ. Come in with something we haven't heard before. Yeah, Arthur, I see what you did there. But I lost track of what I was saying. What the hell was I talking about? Ty D, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we are just cutting up cardboard. We're looking to see how long the guidesman fracture today. Can cut this cardboard up before the edge gives out. Well, we're maintaining the same pace that we always maintain when we're doing this. I can't really go any faster safely. I like my fingies. I'm kind of attached to them. Joe D, what's up? What a stupid ass question. Joe Garcia, what's up? How you doing, man? Okay, so, Caleb, the speed of the cut doesn't really matter. The speed of the cut doesn't matter as far as like getting stuff caught on the edge or anything. But Joe, I am awake because I'm on my normal work schedule now. Instead of closing, I'm opening. But I got to get the live stream in early today because I still got to wake up at 2 a.m. to go to work tomorrow. And then ABC, you are correct. They need to release the Epstein files. But no, like say tomorrow evening, I got to take the wife to work and pick her up, so I can't live stream on my normal time. So we're doing one now. And no, Joe, there are stupid questions. All right, Champagne, have a good one, man. I appreciate you dropping by. What's today, Friday? Yeah, it's Friday all day long. LRL 3300, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we're just cutting cardboard. Kenna, what's up? How you doing? Car Guy Steppin, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Oh, Cole, don't come in here with the dumb fuckery. Ah, I hate when it does that. Andrew, what's up? How you doing? Well, Andrew, there is a reason behind it. We are doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how good this knife is at holding on to its edge while we're doing this. Joe, somehow I doubt it's an epilepsy test. If you've got epilepsy, you probably shouldn't be doom scrolling live streams in case you run into something even crazier. The Fallout says always carry a knife. Rule number 9. But yeah, Solid Tank, what's up? How you doing? The cardboard is indeed dirty. It's got silica and stuff in it. So yeah, it will tear a knife edge up. Favorite canned food? I have no idea, man, Cole. I don't really do favorites. Like, honestly, if I didn't have to eat to just not die, I wouldn't bother. But Oscar, hey, how you doing, man? We may be stopping to sharpen this one too. Jesus Christ, man, what a day. Around the cabin, what's up? How you doing, man? Oscar, I'm doing good, man. First live stream in a couple weeks, hanging out with you guys. I'm doing good. We got the Guidesman Fracture. It is a shame Brando Calrissian's not here. Solid Tank, we got what supposedly is D2. Which so far, this D2 seems to have an okay heat treatment. We started with another D2 knife that couldn't be sharpened and couldn't cut worth of shit, so we moved on to a random roll. Yeah, I love D2, but I have been getting so much D2 with a bad heat treatment on it lately that I don't trust it anymore. Oscar, Microtex are too expensive for what you're getting, and apparently you can void your warranty by sharpening it yourself. No, thank you. Oh, nice, Arthur. Let's make it especially interesting. There, explain that. Yeah, D2 with a good heat treatment is some fantastic stuff. D2 with a good heat treatment is great. I've just been getting so many bad heat treatments lately. Around the cabin, I like the blade shape well enough, but I also like my pocket cleavers. Yeah, this thing started off kind of dull, and it ain't happy with life right now. Caleb, if you can see where the cardboard was already wrinkled from use and abuse, an edge that's kind of rough but still okay, will definitely hang up on that, on where it's wrinkled, it'll catch. The grind on this one is a little bit of a hollow grind. Cubing for all, what's up? How you doing, man? God. Yeah, you'll hit the like button for me, man. We're trying to hit 100 likes by the end of the stream. Music Portal, you'd be surprised. I make beads out of the cardboard scraps sometimes. Sometimes. If I'm really feeling like getting in there and screwing around with the resin, I will cast the cardboard in resin. Rondo, what's up? So, around the cabin, the wife's car is fucked up. We don't know why. But, Joseph Gonzalez, what's up? How you doing? What this means is I've been having to drive her to work and pick her up after work, which is during the hours of a normal live stream, because it's always Thursday, Friday, Saturday for like 3 hours. So I haven't been able to get to a live stream, and today I felt like doing one stupid early in the morning. I'm not doing one that's already destroyed. Like, we don't know exactly what the hell's happening with the wife's car. So, we don't know what to fix. And we cannot afford to get a proper mechanic in here to have it dealt with by someone that knows how to fix this shit. And we put a diagnostic tool on it, and guess what? The engine's not throwing any codes. Oscar, what's up? All right, getting the sock game started off. Thank you for that, sir. Oscar gets it. All right. We got the donut socks. Brad, you're not coming in for car edits? Leland, what's up? How you doing? Forrest, what's up? How you doing, man? I showed the socks already. We don't show the socks. I tell you what, brother, I'll say it for $2. Commence the e-begging. Well, Arthur, a lot of cars do have diagnostic computers, and you can make it throw a code up where your odometer is. Like my truck, if you jam the key in 1, 2, 3, and let it sit for a second without, like, you go to on instead of start. 1, 2, 3. It'll put a code up on the dashboard that you can read. Which is how I know I've got an evap leak on the truck, but I don't know how to fix that either. Forrest, $2. Yeah, it's okay around the cabin. I just, God, I'm so tired of dealing with shit like this, because, like, when it happens, it all happens at once. You know, the radiator on the truck was blown out, so when the car died, what happened was the wife's car had an exhaust leak, right? It was right there where the manifold and the catalytic converter meet the, Tyler, what's up? Right there where the catalytic converter meets the exhaust pipe. So I go to get a new gasket to fix it. O'Reilly gives me the wrong part. So I try to fix it. I don't think vacuum hoses are going to help here. But I go back, I put the old part in because the truck was out of commission. And I drive to O'Reilly and get what looked like the right part, but it wound up being too small. So I figure I can just squish it into place with a little bit extra pressure and I tighten everything down. Still the wrong part, and the car is totally undrivable on it. Emil, what's up? How you doing? So I go back to, I go to put everything back together, and I go to take it apart for the third time, I think. One of the bolts snapped and the other one stripped out, which turned into a buddy of mine coming over and helping me replace the exhaust manifold and catalytic converter and get it put back together. There's no more exhaust leak, but now it won't go over 20 miles an hour. And it won't shift out of first gear. I went into the fuse box and looked, and there was no fuse where it said ETCS. So I got a fuse and I put it in there, and that didn't help at all. So I'm at a loss for where else to go with this without chasing down problem after problem after problem. I just don't know what to do. We did disconnect the battery for like 5 or 10 minutes, which should have cleared the code. The code should have been cleared off of that. I may have to try it again. Dave, I can't afford to take it to a mechanic. All right, I already couldn't afford to replace the manifold and the catalytic converter. I don't have the money to take it to a decent mechanic. That is the biggest problem I've got. And with it being stuck at like 20 miles an hour, I'd have to have it towed to a mechanic, and I damn sure can't afford that either. Well, like Caleb, you can order parts on Amazon all day long. There's nothing really on the forums that helps me out at all. You know, like I tried looking up transmission control unit, and I can't pull anything up on Google that just is transmission control unit. But the trucks issue, there's nothing helpful. Dave, we're doing edge retention testing. We're looking to see how long this knife can cut up this cardboard before the edge is completely fucked up. But the truck, there's nothing useful on the forums. Abiel, what's up? How you doing? I can't read the other name. Nah, nothing I got's touchscreen. Fuck touchscreen. Yeah, I know you said hi, but I can't read that. Like I'm on my fourth new gas cap on the truck. There's a new EVAP canister in there. I don't know what else to fix. Like I can't pull anything useful up. About all I can do is reset the computer when it's really cold outside, get 120 miles on it and get it past emissions, and pray. You know, for starting off kind of dull, this edge is holding up pretty okay. Aww. Nah, I wasn't previously wet. No, so these cardboard boxes get used and reused and reused. So by the time I get them, they've already got a lot of wear and tear on them. That being said, you guys have seen how well a good edge cuts this stuff up, and I just crop dusted the hell out of myself. Like, this is not a good time to be ripping ass, because I just got to sit here and enjoy my own brand. It's a 2006 Toyota RAV4. And looking online for what could possibly be wrong with it, there's not much there that I haven't tried yet. All right, Joe, have a good one, man. Well, here's the thing. I tried to drive it on that second gasket that I bought, and I saw every light on the dashboard light up, right? And then it wouldn't go over. Then it wouldn't go over 20 miles an hour. So I said I'm at a loss. Just kidding. What's up? How you doing, man? Welcome, brother. Yeah, I kind of figured today any regulars that I have would be getting ready for work or going to work today, so it's going to be kind of a more subdued live stream than usual, but I had to get a live stream in. It's been weeks. You know what's weird is in the fuse box. In the fuse box, there's supposed to be an ECTS fuse at 7.5 amps that just wasn't in the box at all. It had been gone for God knows how long, and it was still running. All right, YouTube Music Portal, we will have a good one. We will see you later. Yeah, I'm glad I don't got to worry about work today because I am tired. Yeah, it's again, you know, I know how to Google up problems like that and get some kind of answer for them. It's just there's no answers showing up online. Yeah, I'm normally awake at 2 in the morning to get myself ready for work. So, like, being awake right now is nothing. Reese, what's up? How you doing, man? We're doing some edge retention testing. We're looking to see how long the guidesman fracture today can do this. Yeah, we're testing him out. And I'm hanging out with you guys while I do it. Yeah, but how you doing, Reese? Welcome. We've been at it for just shy of an hour. We've been at it for about 45 minutes on this particular knife. Blueberries VR 123. Hi, how you doing? Welcome. Reese, I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you. If y'all haven't hit that like button, please do, man. We're trying to hit 100 likes before the end of this stream. Ratatouille, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. SM1 Edits, what's up? How you doing? Fried Beard, what's up? How you doing, man? We're doing edge retention testing. This time we got the guidesman fracture. This is the first time in a couple weeks I've been able to do this, so we are definitely getting it in. I appreciate the sub. Thank you for that. Indy, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. It started off kind of sharp, not great, but it's holding up. I promise you, we are not one of those streams where we're doing, can you say this for a sub? That is one of the most annoying things on the planet. So this is what we do on the live streams. This is a full-on knife channel, so we do reviews, we do testing, we do like this is part of the review process. There'll be a follow-up video for this, letting everybody know how it did sometime over the next week. And then next week we got some S35 VN to test out, which is going to be nice. Moonlight, I do not need a video editor. I appreciate the optimism thinking I can pay an editor. Yes, blueberries, we saw that. This one's holding up okay. Like I said, it started off kind of dull. A little bit dull on the factory edge, but this was like a $20 knife, so you can only expect so much. Once the edge gets destroyed, though, we are sharpening it. If it's early enough, we'll go back in again. God, we got the squeakers in here now. Like I said, we've been at this a hair over 45 minutes on this edge. Dave James, what's up? How you doing, man? We got some D2 on this bad boy. And by the feel of it, we got some good D2 for the first time in a little while. If you go to no, so this is just a review channel, Fried Beard. But if you go to the Menards website, this is something like 20 or 22 bucks, somewhere in that window. Ow, Menards. If you got a Menards local to you, it's a lot easier to deal with than it is for me. I am out on the East Coast, so there is no Menards. Menards does not exist for me. The Aviation Fox. We aren't making anything. We're doing edge retention testing unless you happen to want some vegan bacon. We're making plenty of that. Yeah, I've got a knife made by an Australian friend. And he was talking about the knife laws there, and they are fucking strict. I would hate it there. So YouTube, I'm experiencing what started off as a kind of dull edge. Basically, what started off as a little bit dull edge. Right now, I can't get to the knife they made, I think. Okay, yeah. That's something I wanted to give away. Is that the Beta Bose 29? I don't have Leatherman Arc money. I don't have Leatherman Arc money, man. I wish I did. Adad, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. I don't know if the Leatherman Arc is worth it. Like I said, I haven't had a chance to handle one or test it out. I'd love to be able to check that one out for you guys, but I ain't got that kind of money. But yeah, the Australian knife laws, like what he was talking about was you can't have a knife that one hand opens, you can't have a knife that locks, you can't have a blade over something like 2 inches. And even then, you better have a good reason for carrying it. And it's like, bro. Sorry, I like having the freedom to carry this if I want to. And I have carried this and then daily carried it for a little while. Brando, what's up? How you doing? Look at this shit. Yeah, we did a random roll because I tried doing the knife on the Roxxon, and yeah, the D2 on this is not heat treated. Like I said, that was a discussion with one guy about the knife laws that also may have been the knife laws in his particular area. That was just a night like his. If you're here in the United States, different states have different knife laws. Thank God they aren't federal, because that would suck. I've been live for a little over an hour and a half, but we kept trying to do knives, and we're almost through the first hour of the Guidesman Fracture. West Coast Neo, good for you. But I said we tried doing the D2 on the on the Roxxon, it wasn't having it. Yeah, I'm going to email Ramsey Lou, what's up? How you doing? I'm going to email Roxxon and talk to him about the heat treatment on that D2. Devils, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, it's just, you know, I like having the freedom to carry whatever the hell I feel like that day and not necessarily have to have a reason for it. Sir, what's the reason you have this? I felt like carrying it. The handle's doing pretty good. That's a problem. Yeah, it sounded all right before, but whether it's this piece of cardboard or the edge, we don't know yet. But that is an entire problem right there. Going, man. Well, we're right about to check the edge and see whether or not it's completely devastated. But we were over 220 on the edge tester before we started. So if we're pushing the 500s or something like that, we're going to sharpen it. Yeah, we're at the 1 hour mark, so we are going to stop and test this thing. Let's get the forbidden moonshine out. We're not counting the number of cuts. Whenever I do the follow-up video to this, I will show the pile of cardboard, apparently on the factory edge, and then on the new edge. So I got a feeling we're gonna have to sharpen this. Fried beard, you're about to see in just a second. Then again, we may still be fighting a good fight. All right, so what we got here is an electronic edge sharpness tester. It gives you a pretty good idea how your edge is doing. Good little ballpark number. And yeah, we started off, it was in the 220s. Yeah, 567. No, the lower the number, the better. 567 is a pretty devastated edge. Once you hit 600, that is absolutely devastated. Snowman, what's up? How you doing, man? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sharpen this bad boy, and then we're gonna go back in on it and see how it does on a new edge. Knives are life. What's going on? Good morning. How's it going? Oscar, a straw paint gonna fix this, man. The cool kid, what's up? How you doing? Fried beard, you got a Tormek? Does it have the spinning wheel that has a trough of water at the bottom of it? Yeah, that's a Tormek, fried beard. You can actually get an attachment for the Tormek to sharpen knives and get them crazy sharp. James, if you're going to come in here with a dumb fuckery, come in with something we haven't heard before. All right, we're not on a burr just yet. So what I'm doing right now is I'm changing the direction of the scratch pattern so that the stone is not writing in the same marks it already cut. The black marker is showing me how much material I've removed, and it'll show me if there's stuff along the edge that I haven't removed yet. Brando, the truck is sorted, but the wife's car is still fucked up. Gravity picks. Yeah, we don't do that here. That is one of the most annoying things about doing live streams. Fook, what's going on? How you doing, man? I'm not going to get to do my live stream at the regular time, so we're doing one now. The edge is feeling okay. It's sharpening slow enough that I have some confidence that it should be a decent heat treatment. Dave Markey, what's up? How you doing? I've not gotten a chance to handle any tops knives. Jojo, I wish I could make a folding knife. I really do, but I can't. This is a review channel, but I have seen tops do some cool shit. But this is the Guidesman fracture from Menards. Nice one, Fook. But like I've seen that Tops 1095 do some incredible shit. Evil Twin, what's up? No, I'm not going to get to do my usual live stream time, so I'm getting it in now. I was going to do this last week and just did not get the chance to. Y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. Do me a solid. We're trying to reach 100 likes. No, I'm used to the new schedule. The only thing is this schedule is far more physically demanding than the old schedule was. You know, instead of blocking the store up and getting everything looking nice and going home, I'm having to throw like shitloads of truck. Yeah, sleep meds are fun. I tell you what I miss. I miss Flexeril. That wasn't a sleep med, but it was really nice for what it was. That's more of a non-narcotic muscle relaxer, but that thing would have you knocked out for the night, and it was gentle. Like you'd have a gentle ride to sleep, and then you'd wake up after 8 hours feeling okay. Let's switch up to the 320 grit. Is what a spring? Because the only spring on this thing is right in here in the clamp. Red Hooded Step Welder, what's up? How you doing? That's a pretty good name, dude. Elio, what's up? How you doing, man? Neilio, what'd you find? Yeah. Let me guess, your opinion on Leatherman is way too overpriced for what you're actually getting when you could do just about as good for 30 bucks. Yeah, I've got one Leatherman. I've got a curl that I traded for so that I could do videos on it. And while I like it, the Rocktall that I bought, just as good, if not a little bit better. You know, that cost me about 30 bucks. Speaking of Roxxon Flex, we tried to do the Roxxon Flex Companion, and the D2 on this is trash, which sucks because I like that thing. Yeah, black frame, it's precise enough. All right, we got a burr, finally. That is one thing with this machine. It takes for fucking ever to reprofile an edge. Fried Beard, what do you mean how long have I been sharpening? As far as lifetime or just on this one knife? I tried the Lansky out. I couldn't ever get it to work right. Grego, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. I've probably been sharpening about a year and a half, something like that. And most of that's been on a Work Sharp Precision Adjust, a smaller version of this. And then we got the upgraded version, and I've started I've started practicing my freehand sharpening not that long ago. Yeah, we got a nice burr. Yeah, when you're reprofiling an edge, like taking a 22-degree edge down to a 17-degree edge, yeah, no, being able to sharpen your own shit is a great fucking skill to have. How do I feel about old timers? I haven't handled an old timer recently enough to give you much of an opinion. The old timer that I still have is definitely not their traditional fare, but I've had it since like 98 and I love it. Regal Harbinger, at least you came in with something stupid but new that we haven't heard before. Because, yeah, I've got this old timer that I've had since about 98. Somewhere in there. And I absolutely love this thing. I just wish I had a pocket clip. This is the work sharp version of this. I'm not getting a lot of play in much of anything on mine, though. Oh, this comes with a support that stiffens it. That does stiffen it up a lot. But also, hey, Jack, I didn't say hi to you. Jack, I've been all right, man. I've been all right. Dealing with some bullshit, but I've been all right. Yoshi Parker, what's up? How you doing? Purple, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Wilderness Bushcraft, what's going on, man? I've been dealing with some fucking bullshit, dude. I got the truck fixed and the wife's car's down. Purple, I'm doing okay. All right, we got the burr. Yeah, I don't have the money to pay for a proper mechanic, so I'm just kind of stuck for it right now. Yeah, we just did a new exhaust manifold and a new catalytic converter, and now the car won't go over 20 miles an hour because something else broke at about the same time. And I don't know what. And I don't have a credit card to put this on. Why are you flying 30 hours? Well, now we're up to 1200 grit. Well, here's the thing, Brando. We hooked it up to a diagnostic and the engine's not throwing any codes. There's no check engine light. There's nothing to tell us what's wrong. So, yeah. So if y'all are wondering how yeah, well, the car is stuck. It won't go over 20 miles an hour and it won't pull itself out of first gear. William the Wolf Man, what's going on? How you doing? No, it does not have good power till I hit 20. I don't think it's the coil pack. And finally up to 3,000 grit. Appreciate that, William. It's a 2006 Toyota RAV4, and I have already been online and looked at everything I can, and the internet doesn't have a whole lot to offer either. Speaking of which, Wilderness, you haven't picked up any new beads in a little while. I know we've been trying to make that happen. Yeah, this is one where an exhaust leak happened. I unintentionally snapped bolts off while we were trying to do things. And when it went, it stayed went. I will be at home during the day on Sunday. And then I get home from work at like 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, give or take. And the pivot has worked its way loose. All right, I think we got her as sharp as she's gonna get. Yeah, Savivi's a good brand. Savivi is indeed a good brand. You know what, we're gonna try stropping again with some fresh emulsion. Metal Jew, what's up? How you doing, man? We're gonna try again with fresh emulsion. Hello, name I can't read right now. My apologies, but I cannot read that name. Luca? I'll try to remember Luca. I'll try to remember Luca. Luca, I've been doing all right. This is the first live stream in a couple weeks. I've missed doing that. I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm doing okay. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, let's wipe this thing down. There we go. No resistance. No cut. All right, let's break our edge tester out. Let's hope we got below 140. Yeah, blueberries, quit fucking spamming or get kicked. $140 dead on. We'll take a 140. Yeah, we'll take us a 140. And we'll pick back up in about 3 minutes here. Luca, I appreciate that. Someone paid me $2 to put them on. Dave James, it is not blunt now. Fresh out the box, I don't know, but we pulled a 222 when we started. It ain't blunt now, I can tell you that. This ain't an issue of being nice. You were high, fucking spamming that shit. Nobody wants to see you fucking spam the chat. We have got the Guidesman fracture. We got the Menard special on a random roll. Hey, we're at 69 likes. Nice. Oh, man. Yeah, it won the D20 of Destiny. Michael O, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Menards is some kind of store. Oh, that's nice. Actually, you know what? Pizza time first. Fuck it, we'll grab one at random. No, it ain't Southern. Oh, man. Damn it. Homer Haroon, what's going on? How you doing? Hooray, we got a pizza time. I don't know. I'd probably take the Viper, but the Viper is like one of the most American ass bullshit cars that they could have made. Yeah, Corvette somehow turned itself into an Italian supercar. All right, brother, go ahead and get your work done. And we will see you later, Wilderness Bushcraft. Yeah, I mean, I get it. The mid-engine is cool and the new Corvette looks cool, but it's like Corvette's a front-engine rear-wheel drive, and it's supposed to be, you know, kind of stupid to drive. Like, stupid in a good way. You know what we're going to do? We're going to draw a smiley face on here and see how long it lasts. Yeah, like I'd love to get my hands on like an old C4 Corvette to tool around in, because that was the Corvette when I was a kid. I know they're not the best Corvette, but still, love to have one. Oh shit, Michael, I'm a little bit jealous on that one. Like, I love the older cars and trucks that look a little bit weird. Like, I'd rock the shit out of a Ranchero. Like, just because it's old and it's weird and it's not super common. Yeah, unfortunately, the Bronco 2 is attached to a lot of very traumatic events in my life. So it's like, I get it. They're interesting. It's, you know, an SUV on a Ranger platform back before SUVs were really a big deal, especially smaller ones. But still. Evil Twin, I believe you're thinking of the Ford Explorer, where the Firestone tires weren't really at fault for the flips. That was a bad design by Ford, but they blamed Firestone and ended a hundred some odd year relationship. Vigo, what's up? How you doing? We are making vegan bacon if you want some. No, we're doing edge retention testing, my dude. Live and 7. No, this is a public live stream. First live stream in a couple of weeks, so I figured I'd get it in early today while I had a chance to, because I won't be able to do it tomorrow afternoon. But how you doing, 77? Let's see how this edge does on some real messed up cardboard. Stay for life, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Gotcha, no worries, Spook. Stay for life. I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right, man. Doing my first live stream in a couple of weeks, hanging out with you guys. You know, enjoying things to their fullest right now. Oh, I'm sure if you push a Bronco 2 hard enough, it'll roll. But that being said, that's not what they're known for. Fiona, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Y'all do me a solid, hit that like button if you haven't already. I'd greatly appreciate it. We're trying to hit 100 likes. Buemio Outdoors, what's up? What's going on? How you doing? Sophie, what's up? Yes, I can see your name is Sophie on the screen there. Welcome, how you doing? I'm sure the Army G-Wagon looks cool. Yeah, every car can roll if you operate it wrong enough. The trick is to turn them upside down in the air. B, what's up? How you doing, man? Who the hell just got put in timeout? Smiley face is still there. We got a hollow grind, so we're not getting a lot of contact with the smiley face. So it'll probably live until we clean the blade off again in about another 40 minutes. We've hit the ASMR portion of the stream. Alex Kerber, no, I was not. I'm not going to get to do the live stream on Saturday like I usually do, so we're getting it out of the way today before I got to go to sleep so I can get up at 2 a.m. to go to work. No, if I'm live streaming all night like that, it's going to be for charity. I promise you that much, it's going to be for charity. Oh, nice. I'm not familiar with Big Five, but being able to pick up a Mora at a retail location like that, That's pretty nice. John Michael, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. John Michael, this is part of the review process for a knife. We're doing testing right now on it. We're looking at how long the edge can hold up, ergonomics, that sort of thing, so that I can do my next video on it sometime in the next couple of days here. Daniel Camacho, what's up? How you doing, man? Alonzo, Herbert, Mountain Dew, Camacho, what's going on? Eric Vestergaard, what's up? How you doing? Like I was explaining just a second ago, we're doing some edge retention testing. We're looking to see how long this knife can stand up to cutting up the cardboard before the edge is shot. Yeah, I get the ASMR a lot. But yeah, like, so I'll do a video unboxing it. I'll do a video after carrying it for a week. Then I'll do this with it. I'll do a follow-up video on this. And then we're all done with them. I appreciate the sub. But yeah, like, if you don't put a knife to some kind of use, if you don't put a knife through some kind of use, it's not really a complete review. It's just an unboxing at that point, which I don't like it when guys will unbox a knife and look at it and they just take it out of the box and they're just like, yada, 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 yada. You know, we'll open it and close it 3 or 4 times and then they're like, yeah, this thing's awesome. You should go ahead and get one. It's like, bro, you did no work with it. We don't know shit about the heat treatment. We don't know shit about the ergonomics. You did not do a complete review. You know, Michael, what's funny? All right, Brando. All right, John Michael, we'll see you later. I think I just said that. But what's funny is the reason this started is because, you know, back when I was a lot younger, old guys would be like, don't cut up cardboard, it'll ruin your edge. And then we started doing these live streams, and for the first, like, I don't know, 3, 4 live streams, something like that, an old guy would always pop up, don't do that, it's rough on your edge. It's like, that's the entire point. Hey, Woodinator, what's up? No, we haven't been going all night. We have been going for 3 hours now. Yeah, sorry, man. The wife's car is all fuckered up right now, so I haven't been able to really do my live streams on regular schedule. I just happened to wake up and I was bored enough to go ahead and jump on this. I needed something to do, and right now I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to fix on the wife's car. So here we are. But no, like, I don't mind, like, say Metal Complex. I know he catches a lot of flack just for being who he is. But when they say up front, this is just a quick unboxing, not a full review, I'm cool with that. You know, I'm cool with them when they say, yeah, this is just a quick unboxing. You know, we're just taking a quick look at it. Oh, Living Dead 28, I didn't say hi to you, man. Yeah, I hope we get it figured out too, man. There's no codes coming off of the LBD 2 port. I got nothing to go on right now. Well, like, all Metal Complex is doing right now is just screwing around with TSA confiscated knife lots. And that was something I was looking at doing. I was looking at doing that myself, and then he started doing it, and it's like, all right, well, I'm not going to copycat. And I didn't want to spend, you know, 100 some odd bucks on a box of knives to get 115 views on them. You know, my return on investment wasn't there. So I was going to wait till I had a bunch of excess cash built up, but, you know, the money hasn't been flowing in like it was pre-Blade show, so things have slowed down a lot. I am glad when I went to Blade show, I planned ahead for things to dry up. We'll put it that way. Oh, I know exactly what's in those TSA lots. I know exactly what's in them. I just thought it'd be fun to unbox them and goof around with them. You know, it'd be fun to take them out of the box, screw around with them, all that stuff. You know, it might make a good video series, because, like, I've seen the box, I've seen other guys do it, but no one had done it for a couple of years. And I went on eBay and looked. Happy Fun Vids. None of my knives are sharp. My sharps are all dull. My knives are all dull. No, like, you don't really get... You can't have a knife that's too sharp. You know, until you start hitting, like, 11-degree edges that chip the second they touch something. But... No, I do really sharp edges, but they're also balanced where they're not going to chip out the second they hit something. Now, I did have one knife that I just sharpened, which was one of the nice ones. It zipped through the cardboard I was breaking down a little bit too easily, and the tip of it got dinged on pavement. So I've got to go through and sharpen all that out at some point here. Living Dead, thank you for the flower. I appreciate it. Yeah, put them up on Whatnot and see if anybody actually buys them. Evan Credible, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like... Those are knives you literally just throw in the trash. Uh-oh, hey, Woodinator's got an announcement, and Evil Twin, Truck Norris is running, the radiator's fixed. However, the wife's car is now out of commission, which is what we've been talking about off and on for the whole stream. And I don't know what to fix on it. Oh, nice, hey, Woodinator. Where's the podcast going to be? Is it going to be on YouTube, or where are you putting that? Monkey Monster, it is morning time. What time is it for you? Where are you doing the podcast, hey, Woodinator? Huh. And what day of the week? Yes, what's up? How you doing? What day of the week are you doing the podcast? All right, Brando, we'll see you later, man. Yes, Monkey Monster, you already said 756. We saw it. Gotcha, hey, Woodinator. But that's a good question. What are y'all doing your podcast about? Talented Dev, what's up? How you doing, man? We are doing some edge retention testing. If you want some vegan bacon, we're making plenty of that. Oh, gotcha, hey, Woodinator. That's pretty interesting. Michael, oh, that's a good one. We haven't heard that one before. Corey College, what's up? So, I've got a family of homeless orphans, and when I'm done with the cardboard, I'll drop by their house, and their parents say they can eat as much as they want before I take it to get recycled. Yeah, the pizza box will be a treat. All right, Monkey Monster, we'll see you later, man. Yes, what's up? How you doing? No, we're just testing him out. We are just testing him out, man. Yeah, years and years ago, I had an armadillo that tried to hide out under my front porch, but that's also where my dog would hide out. So it'd be picking fights with my dog like damn near every day. Yeah, I haven't been a guest on a podcast in a long time. Sam Gudge, what's up? How you doing, man? Hopefully the Lander 2 is next week. Toll, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. We are doing edge retention testing. But hopefully, if I can wake up and actually do it, the S35VN on the Lander 2 will be happening next week. That really depends on when the podcast is being done and how hard it is for me to connect to you guys for the podcast. But other than that, I'm not against it. Sometimes I'm working on my lathe making beads. Sometimes. But yeah, hey, Woodinator, I'm definitely not against it. Like I said, shoot me an email. Let's try to figure out how to make that work. It was like the last podcast I was on streamed on Twitch, and then that was like 6 guys at once. And let me tell you, it's really hard to do a podcast when you got like 6 guys on there. Yeah, I haven't done anything really structured. However, I can tell you right now, the first thing I'm going to go for, of course, is going to be knife related. Chris Made a Wit, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. But it's definitely going to be knife related. All right, yes. See you later. Yeah, 45 minutes to an hour, that's not too shabby. I know that last one, it kind of go on all night. Damn, Arthur. You're just going for it, aren't you? Nah, no one shamed anybody. Spawn Point, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Oh shit, we were only 6 likes from away from 100, man. You guys hit that like button. Just say, oh, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. It's Ducky. What's up? How you doing, man? We're making vegan bacon if you want some. No, we're doing edge retention testing. Oh, gotcha, Michael, though. Gotcha. Tomo, what's up? How you doing? Nah, I miss when the sock game was more relevant. Like, for a hot minute there, the sock game would pop off and it'd just be a war between, like, 2 people. what's up? How you doing? We're two more. We got two more. We're up to 99. You and me, what's up? How you doing? Oh snap, we hit 100. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank y'all. Duchess and Bam, what's up? How you doing? Limitless, what's up? How you doing? We are doing some edge retention testing. Checking out edge retention quality. We're checking out the heat treatment on this guy. We're checking out the ergonomics. Whatever else we can find out. All right, Michael O, have you a good one, man. We'll see you later. Canadian DC8, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Hannah Bush, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, looks like we're kind of hitting the ASMR portion of the stream where chat gets quiet. Joshua Brown, what's up? How you doing? Hannah, I'm doing good. No, it's cool that you're selling and marketing them. Yeah, the only spider codes we've had on the channel so far are the Tenacious and the Sage 5 and Rex 121. So both ends of the spectrum. That Rex 121 is some weird shit, man. That is some weird stuff. Yeah, I know everybody's getting ready for work. That's part of why, like, I hesitated last week to do this at this time of morning, because I know everyone's got to get ready for work and go. But we may be doing another live stream on Sunday, depending on whether or not I have the energy to do it. My current EDC this week is the Naps Lander 2. Valerie Brunson, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I've seen the Typhoeus before on, you know, a whole bunch of those weird knives videos. This knife is really weird. Take a look at it. just a guest. What's up? How you doing, MDC? What's going on? We got D2 on here. Takumi Furukawa, what's up? How you doing? Yes, Luca, welcome back. Well, I told you I'd try to remember. Josh, I did not know that. I did not know that. That's pretty cool. I know D2 was a tool steel. Well, Takumi, welcome. We are doing edge retention testing on the Guidesman Fracture right here. But we have been streaming for 3 hours and 25 minutes. Yeah, MDC, my opinion of D2 has been rather thoroughly contaminated. D2 used to be my favorite blade steel. However, I've gotten so much D2 with absolute garbage heat treatment on it recently that I've kind of lost my lust for it. I've kind of lost my lust for D2. I love MagnaCut. I love MagnaCut even though it's way harder to sharpen, but it holds on to an edge forever, especially if you put it at a nice 17 degree per side edge bevel and give it a nice thick polished bevel. But D2 with a good heat treatment is really hard to beat just because you get a good solid steel. You get a good solid steel that it can keep the cost of a good knife down to about 30 bucks, which I am always in support of. The 420 stainless. 420 stainless does not hold up today compared to what's available out there for essentially the same price range. Oh yeah, and I've seen a lot of arguments. A lot of guys, you know, they'll say that the crucible steel is just as good as any other steel. Like, say CPM D2 is the same as regular D2. I'm no expert there, but my understanding of it is the crucible steels, the powdered metallurgies, your elements in there will be distributed more evenly. And your carbides are distributed more evenly, so you get a little bit better knife out of it. Oh yeah, the little chonk's pretty cool. The little chonk is pretty cool. All right, we have hit an hour on this edge, so we can stop, check, and test it, see where it's sitting. Yeah, like, I don't know, I haven't had anything hands-on, we're still on the same blade we were earlier. This is the same one we were doing earlier. But I haven't had, say, CPM D2 to go head-to-head with the good D2 that we've had on the channel in the past. Yeah, it could be something other than D2 that got mislabeled. Or they're trying to pull a fast one. That's always a possibility. But I think Taiwan is a good place for knives to come from. Like the Os 8 that comes out of Taiwan is some pretty good stuff. But I got a feeling more than misidentified D2. We've got just D2 with terrible heat treatments. Low Life, what's up? How you doing? All right. Give me a good cut, for the love of shit. Yeah, the FKO 55 is good. But yeah, I like SOG's Cryo D2. SOG's Cryo D2 on the Terminus XR wound up being pretty good. All right, let's see what we got in here. $486. Woof. Well, you can always you can always shoot me an email. Like I've handled a lot of budget D2, and it's been good for the most part. Like the TacRay Tarkus. The Tarkus right here was fantastic all the way around. The D2 on the O-Knife Gar, that was pretty good, although I feel like they're running their HRC around 56. That's kind of what it lined up with. The D2 on the Monocolor Grenade, that wound up being pretty good stuff. Which you got like around 36 bucks. I think this was about 35 when I bought it. This was around 50. The D2 on the Rosecraft Castoria, that wound up being plenty good. Rondo, what's up? And I'm trying to find one in particular. The D2 on the steel will right here, that wound up being pretty good. Yeah, microtechs are cool, but they're expensive, and you may know more than I do, but I've been told in more than one place that you will void the warranty out on your microtech if you sharpen it yourself. The O-Knife Sentry L1, that D2 was the same as the O-Knife GAR. Feels like they run their HRC around 56. Trying to find one knife in particular. Oh yeah. And the Albatross FKO 55, that was some more good budget D2 at around 45 bucks. Like, I've handled a lot of really good budget D2, and like the Tarkus takes an insane edge. Absolutely no resistance. Tiffany Cartwright, what's up? How you doing? I think I got a bad spot when I sharpened this that I didn't fix. Oh, I had a Benchmade Mini Bedlam. You better believe I sharpened that myself as soon as we got done testing it. Yeah, I left a rough spot behind on that one. But yeah, like there's tons and tons of good budget D2 out there. There is tons. As I said, I've gotten so much D2 with just bad dog shit heat treatment on it that I don't trust it anymore. That's just like this guy is wearing out far more prematurely than we should. It's still pushing through the cut, but barely. Yeah, this thing kind of tore. But this thing has been dicing up cardboard for a solid hour off of our last sharpening. So that's to be expected. But, you know, our number, our 486, and the center on that is far worse than it should be. We should be about 130, 150 points. Chaos Driven, what's up? We should be about 130, 150 points lower than that. But give it like 5 minutes and we'll pick the testing back up. I've got a feeling. Josh, we're not going to strop it yet. We're not going to strop it yet. We'll try stropping it before we sharpen it at the end of the stream or at the end of this edge. But we don't touch this thing until the edge is devastated again, which I don't know if we're going to get another hour out of it. It was like good D2 with where we're at in the stream on this edge that I put on it. Good D2 should be pushing around 300 to 350 in between those two. And we're already at almost 500. 600 is a devastated edge. You got to sharpen it. But yeah, Chaos, whenever we do live streams, they are all knives all the time. This is a knife review channel. Oh, and like last year and this year, I've tried to find the Cobra Tech table at Blade Show. No dice. Could not find them, and by the end of Blade Show, I was no longer all about walking around that entire sales floor. Too tired to keep going. Yo. All right, we'll give it about 3 more minutes. We'll pick the testing back up and see how it goes. Yeah, we do make beads once in a while. Yeah, I make my own lanyard beads so that I have those, because normal lanyard beads get too expensive too fast. Somewhere in here I've got one that's got a bead on it. Oh yeah. Here's one with a bead that I made. But thank you for that, Chaos. Yeah, the other kind of bead that I make that I'm a huge fan of is the D20 bead. Which, given the rate things are going, we may end up in the garage making beads before too much longer. That is a D20. Yeah, these are just D20s that I drilled out. All right, let's get back on it. Yeah, I got a couple of drill presses. That's all that is a 7mm drill bit on the drill press. So this is where you can tell, like, we're getting a lot of resistance on these cuts now. They've gotten real loud. Nia Beckman, what's up? The one that I use most often is a Chicago Electric from Harbor Freight. Back when they were selling Chicago Electric, that should tell you a little bit. The other drill press I've got, I don't know who made it. All I know is it's fucking huge. And the only speed it goes is about 1,000,000 miles an hour. I could probably move the belts around, but I use that for my wire wheel and my buffing wheels. Yeah, it's definitely stood up to quite a bit of use. No complaints about it. I'll tell you what though, folks, as soon as I get done with this, I'm going to eat something because I am fucking starving right now. Oh, Lord almighty. Shinara Tokabeva, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, that's exactly the goal here. As part of the review process, we're checking that out. We're checking ergonomics out. We're looking for stuff that isn't necessarily so obvious. Like on this one, the pivot keeps loosening up. Stuff like that. Oh, Lord. I tell you what. I tell you what, guys. That's right, I forgot one of my lights. There we go. I'm trying to think. Yeah, if you guys will bear with me for about 5-7 minutes, something like that, I am going to go prepare food and come back down and eat while I talk to y'all. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to take the chat with me so I can read it. But yeah, y'all bear with me for a few minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, normally I hate interrupting the live stream for anything, but Jesus Christ, I was too hungry to function. So the sharpness tester that I've got was around 250 bucks. Unfortunately, I think the cheapest one is $100, but the resolution on that isn't the best. Like I got the nicest one they sell. Well, the deployment hole on it is, you can see right here, it's kind of hard to reach. You got to get your finger in there, but it's kind of pointless. Yeah, what's everyone carrying today? Oh, I need to go get it, but okay, so this week I'm carrying the NAFS Lander 2, which the week's almost up. But check this out, I've got a Lander 1 waiting to go. And I got the lunar surface scales for it, which I've been wanting forever now. So that is coming up. Oh my God, I was so damn hungry. So I like the Lander 2 quite a bit. And I've got the Lander 1 right here. Both of them feel like they're very, very nice and high quality. Now, what I can't wait for is doing the scale swap on this. I can't wait to do the scale swap on this, but I got to do it on a video. Yeah, these scales are what sold me on NAFS, and I damn near bought one at Blade Show 2 years ago, but I was trying to shop a lot cheaper, and I should have grabbed it then. However, I bought this one at Blade Show for around 50 bucks, and then I ordered these because I had to have them. If I was going to have a Lander, I was going to have those scales on it. Godric, I am very southern. Crystal Jackson, what's up? How you doing? Dave, it's not blunt yet, but it is starting to let go. I just had to stop and grab something to eat. Something to eat because I got too hungry. Don't worry, I gotta wake up at 2 a.m. to go to work tomorrow. I think I've heard of the Glock knives, but I haven't tried one out yet. Are they decent? Because normally you don't buy a knife from a gun manufacturer except for maybe Hogue. Huh. Um. Yeah. I didn't know Glock started off as a knife maker. That's interesting. And yeah, I didn't know Hogue made guns until well after I bought my Deca, which that Deca and MagnaCut, as long as you sand down the edges on those scales, so good. Yeah, Crystal, I'm doing good. I just got way too hungry, so I'm trying to eat real quick, and I didn't want to stop the live stream for that and leave y'all hanging. So in a couple minutes here, we're going to pick the testing back up. I just had to get something to eat. Painter Plays, what's up? How you doing? Trust me, I'm trying trying to enjoy it in a hurry. Now the question is, how long do we give it before the gone crapping sign hits the table? Holy Jesus, I needed that. All right, we'll give it 3 minutes and we'll get going again. Yeah, I can't even remember what my first knife was. Gotcha, hey Nader. Yeah, I'm still here too. I'm just getting ready to start cutting again now that I managed to eat something. Like I said, how long do we give it before the gone crapping sign happens? $30? Yeah, maybe. 5 minutes? You God, Crystal. Oh, you're going in. Oh, God, so much better. All right, back at it. Riffing Game, what's up? How you doing? Speaking of which, I'm doing pretty good, man. First live stream in a couple weeks. Life's been happening. Get to hang out with you guys. I'm doing pretty good right now. We're not making anything. We're doing edge retention testing. We're looking at ergonomics, how long the edge can hold up to the cardboard. In the case of this knife, how fast the pivot screw loosens up. You know, stuff like that. Bubba Ron, what's up? How you doing, man? Welcome. Yeah, we're testing them out as part of the review process. This is a knife review channel. So this is part of the testing and review process. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yeah, I do have a Swiss Army knife. Silas, what's up? How you doing? We're doing this to see how long it holds up. You know, like I was talking about earlier, this is part of the review process. You know, if you're going to do a review on a knife, you need to do some kind of work with it. Mark, nice. No one's come in the door with that. Debbie Hester, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. We're not counting each individual cut. When I do the when I do the follow-up video, I will compare the pile of cardboard made by the factory edge versus the pile of cardboard made on this edge that I mirrored out. Yeah, Swiss Army knives are cool, man. Swiss Army knives are cool. They're not really great at any one thing, but they're real handy to have if you happen to need one. Sorry, guys. It is amazing how bad this cardboard dust will hit your sinuses. I've got the Worksharp Precision Adjust Professional, and that thing runs diamond stones. The only real problem with Swiss Army knives is like the knife blade itself isn't made of the best steel. It's not made of the best steel, and it goes dull really fast. They don't sharpen up so good most of the time. And then your screwdrivers and stuff are kind of fragile. Like, you got to be doing light duty work with them. They will not tolerate being put through heavy use. Yeah, Bubba Ron, you should have seen how good it was right after we sharpened it last time. I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you for that. You know, I miss when Taco Bell had the sporks. That was a hell of a time to be alive. Okay. Yeah, I am pretty tired. I've been awake since about 5 a.m., something like that. Um, but Smith & Wesson does not make good knives. Smith & Wesson makes some absolute trash. However, Doug Lever 339, what's up? However, if your Smith & Wesson knife takes care of you, it cuts what you need it to cut. James Phelps, what's up? How you doing? And it doesn't fall apart on you, that's plenty good enough. I'll let you guess. I will say, going off of my accent, EU is probably unlikely. Well, that edge is done. Mr. Flores, what's up? How you doing? Damn, Kay. Glad I appreciate you watching this from work. Cooge B, what's up? How you doing? We are doing some edge retention testing. We're not making anything unless you want some vegan bacon. Seb, what's up? Kurt Willie, what's up? Josh, what's up? How you doing? I said we're not making anything particular. Just giving this knife a good test. Well, Seb, at least if you're going to do the dumb fuckery, we haven't heard that one before. Self-love, what's up? How you doing? Duck lover, I dare you to make less sense. I'm sure as much as you desire to see a crack pipe, you might not be in the right place. Remember what Nancy Reagan said, crack is whack. Samuelson, what's up? How you doing? Darren James is what's up? How you doing? Samuelson, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. Having a pretty good time. Haven't gotten to do a live stream in a couple of weeks, so I'm definitely enjoying it. Color Cloud Duo, what's up? How you doing? Tanya Garner, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Friendly, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. Astria, what's up? How you doing? We're not making anything. We're doing edge retention testing. I'm doing pretty good. Mr. Stickbug, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good, man. Doing a live stream, hanging out with you guys. Doing pretty good right now. So we got the Guidesman fracture from Menards. We're not making anything. We're doing edge retention testing. Which, speaking of which, if you want to play a drinking game, do a shot every time I say edge retention testing. You'll die. Color Cloud Duo, what that means is we are trying to see how long this thing can cut cardboard before the edge is completely wiped out. We go until the edge is destroyed. Doesn't matter how many it takes. Like right now, the fact that this can't cut through the wrinkled part of the cardboard cleanly and easily means we are already getting pretty dull. Sorry, Chaos. I know these cuts are getting real damn loud. Yeah, this is the part that I like the least. I would not recommend a knife for protection. I would recommend a can of wasp spray. Scarlet Kent, what's up? How you doing? I appreciate the sub. Okay, so if you aren't trained to fight with a knife, if you are not trained, you're going to get hurt. All right? Either you're going to cut yourself or you're going to get overpowered. They're going to cut you with it. like you're talking about a weapon of absolute last resort. A can of wasp spray gives you about 20 feet of range, and you flood them in the face with it and empty that whole can out. They can't see, they can't breathe, they can't function, and they need to go to the hospital right away. It's real hard to argue with results like that. How much wasp spray do you want in your eyes and mouth? You know, that's the question you got to ask. How much wasp spray do you want in your eyes and mouth? Because that's what you're giving to somebody that's trying to harm you. A little bit harder to carry than one of the little tiny cans of mace, but it's also easy when you're out walking around. T-Dog, what's up? Sleep back to pimp, what's up? How you doing? Alex Gamer 265, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. It's a lot easier to say, hey, I'm kind of allergic to wasps and stuff. That's why I have this can of spray with me, than it is to be like, yeah, I know this mace is not a weapon. Or I know this mace is a weapon. Sorry. Color Cloud, I got no idea. I don't know why my mic glitches. I am streaming off of my phone, so it's probably something that YouTube is doing. Probably. And I'll probably give this about another 30 minutes here, and if the edge ain't toast, then we'll pick this back up the day after tomorrow. Because, like, that is an entire problem. So, for a $2 super chat, I'll either put my socks on or take them back off again. And right now, I will take them off again for a $2 super chat. Is how that works. This one just ain't gonna work. Not on that edge. Hardy Ahmed, what's up? How you doing? I have not cut myself yet. Knock on wood. I test a lot of different folding knives. That's kind of what I focus on, is pocket knives like this one. But I've tested a ton of different ones. Yeah, folds. No, I can't really carry a fixed blade day to day, so I don't really buy them or use them. CR Strifey, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. This is the knife review channel, and this is part of the review process. Kathy Woodhouse, what's up? How you doing? Genrick Plays, what's up? How you doing? Kayaks Kenshin, what's up? How you doing? Swifty for Life, what's up? How you doing? We're just going to go with Soldier Main. What's up? Eternal Haze. What's up? How you doing? Zoinks. Yeah. Yeah, you got to wait a little while for the paper. Bray 2010, what's up? We have got the Guidesman Fracture from Menards. $20 Menards special. Kathy Woodhouse, I done said hi to you. I done did that. Eternal Haze, if you wait about another 30 minutes, we're going to do paper. But it's performing okay. Austin Turtle, what's up? How you doing? It's performing okay. I hate when it does that. Right now, I'm working on some Belgian waffle with blackberry that I made a couple days ago. Rex Espresso, what's up? How you doing? All right, Christy King, what's up? Dolly Yan, what's up? We're not counting each individual cut, man. I can't do that, talk to y'all, and do this at the same time. I tried once, and it didn't work. The last time we tried averaging these things out, it was like 900 of these cuts in 30 minutes. Yeah, it was a lot. Holy cat. We are on the Guidesman fracture. I am going to break it off here, though. We're going to pick this back up in a couple of days. We are damn near 5 hours into this live stream. So yeah, we'll give it a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna break this thing off. Yeah, we have been streaming for 4 hours and 39 minutes. Adria, what's up? How you doing? We do regular videos, we do daily shorts, we do all these things. Ray, appreciate it. Yeah, Adria, we'll try to cut some paper. Hang on. We gotta clean this edge off. I'm kind of curious to see how bad it is now. My hand is pretty okay. My hand is pretty okay. Nothing major going on there. Well, I definitely appreciate the sub. Normally we'll go for a 7 or 8 hour stream. However, I woke up way too early and I am very, very tired. Yeah, see, this edge has got some wear and tear on it. Like, you see that cut compared to an actually sharp knife? I am not a stoner. I'm not sure what gave you that idea. Me with knives, what's up, man? You're coming in at the tail end of the stream, man. We're gonna pick this thing back up. Hopefully the day after tomorrow. Yeah, 497, hour and a half. Yeah, the work sharp knife is good. The work sharp knife is good, but I think this is where we're going to wrap this up, guys. No, it doesn't sharpen. It just shows you how sharp the edge is. Like, that was a 497. Real quick, before I shut this down, I will show you what a, Kaleem Raza, what's up? How you doing? The emotional support energy drink went bye-bye about 6 o'clock this morning. This is what an actually sharp knife looks like. $100. Amari, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, so we had a 497 on this, a 100 on this. So that tells you what a sharp knife looks like. But this is where we're going to wrap it up, guys. Detroit Lions fam, what's up, man? You're coming in at the end of the live stream. It's been about 5 hours. So double edge razor blade is going to be between 50 and 70. Yeah. But you guys, I am going to bounce. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Come back in a couple of days here. We're going to finish off this knife and see how much more it can take. But yeah, I got to go lay down. I'm shot. Yeah, y'all have a great day. I will see you later.